ऊपर नहीं आई। to see everyone here. So, big welcome and a very fresh, nice morning today. Everyone has been all spruced up for the seminar, and I'm very happy to see our guest. I think uh, as you become really senior, you know that time is the best thing to keep. And our guests have been very much on time, or rather before time. So, all my thanks to all of you to be here. Thank you so much. To get started, first, our simple and clear announcement to all our students and participants here. Kindly put your mobile on silent, or you can switch it off. Second request is when the session is on, please refrain from getting up from your seat and walking out. Wait for the finish, and then maybe you can go out in case it's required. Okay. So, a good morning, good and happy morning to everyone. And as we are very happy to have such a beautiful audience here and some August professionals. It's a very enlightening crowd, and I'm sure you're going to learn a lot today. So just be patient, sit there and take whatever, observe whatever you can and take home, and just increase your knowledge base. Okay. I would like to welcome our distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, and the fellow participants, which are our faculty members and dear students from our own institution as well as from other institutes. Just to introduce myself, I'm Chetna Rajan, and I'm an associate professor and head of the department of the resource management, which is hosting this particular conference today. As the convener of this particular program, it has been a big and interesting effort put in by all of my colleagues, and we thought it was a great idea to convert this whole event into a conference where we can invite really very strong professionals and people who have been contributing to the sustainable practices all along. Our conference is on sustainable space design, ideas to impact. India is considered a young country because a significant portion of its population falls under the age of 35. We are really a young country, which means you're the younger population can. And a large number of people from your age and further on contribute to the workforce and also the social economics. It also implies that the future of our planet, our country, is the future of our generations. It is being designed right now in different firms, studios, workshops across the world, and we are not just constructing building, we are also crafting the future of the younger generations. So sustainable space design is transitioning from an elective choice to a foundational requirement in 2026. We are shifting the focus from doing less harm, which is not adding on to what we have already created, but also to actively restoring the ecosystems in a very regenerative manner. That is, we want to rebuild everything. The conference Ideas to Impact is an attempt to bridge the gap between the creative sustainable concepts and their measurable real world outcomes through knowledge and learning. On this note, I take you forward to the initiation of this particular program with our university song. The university song embodies philosophy of the founder Maharshi Rono Keshav Karve. It is called Sanskrita Sri Parashakti, meaning an empowered woman is a source of infinite strength. Let us all rise and join in the university song. I request everyone to Program the lighting of land is the traditional basically going to I think traditionally in India also we start our programs lighting of lamp. It embodies enlightenment and knowledge. I would like to request Manji ma'am and our esteemed guests come and join us in the lighting of lamp. Now request with Manjari Malera, architect Vikas Dilavri sir, Dr. Elad Parso to join us on the stage. Taking this program forward, it is important that Amis also renders her welcome address, and I would request Mrs. Manjali Bhalera to address the audience. Thank you. The esteemed speakers of today's event, faculty members, and dear students. It's a pleasure to welcome you all to this international conference on sustainable space design, ideas to impact. I wish to set the context of this event with a brief introduction about our institution. A pioneering step to sustainability was taken by founder of our university by introducing formal platform of women's education. Bharatratna Maharshi Karve was the visionary who believed that the growth and sustenance of nation begins with the education and empowerment of women who form almost 50% of the population of our country. Today we are harnessing the intellectual facilities of women for growth of the nation. When a woman gets educated, she carries forward the torch and enlightens the family. Sir Vittaldas Thakursi College of Home Science is the first autonomous college in the state of Maharashtra and is recognized for its academic excellence. It has been accredited regularly by NAAC and in the fourth cycle has achieved an A grade. The college is also a recipient of several prestigious grants from UGC and Government of India. Under the new education policy, the institution was given the privilege to be awarded the status of Empowered Autonomous Institution by SNDT Women's University, Mumbai. One of the best practices adopted by our institute is the sustainability in all possible contexts of the institutional function. Today, we are not just discussing a trend, but a necessity for our planet's future. Sustainable design is about creating spaces that not only beautiful, but also do good for health, for our environment, and for generations to come. We know that several living practices are not sustainable. We are facing unprecedented environmental challenges, resource scarcity, and a growing disconnect between the built environment and the natural world. Specifically, the question of whether our designs are serving the next 100 years or merely the next few years. To answer these questions and give an insight to practical applications in space design from sustainable perspective, today we have initiated practicing specialists in architecture, infrastructure, and environmental design to share their knowledge and experience with us. Special thanks to all our resource persons for participating in this conference. Your contributions will undoubtedly make this event a success. In this conference, we will explore innovative materials, energy efficient solutions, and design strategies that minimize waste and maximize functionality. We will hear from experts who have successfully integrated sustainability into their projects, and we will discuss challenges and opportunities in this field. As designers, architects, and stakeholders, we have the power to shape spaces that nurture both people and planet. Let's use this platform to share knowledge, inspire each other, and drive meaningful change. Together, we can create interiors that are not just aesthetically pleasing, but also environmentally responsible and socially conscious. Now, I request Ms. Rajan to introduce our guest, the first speaker of the morning session. Thank you very much. That was a very interesting presentation from your side about the college and the overview on sustainability. It really conveys a complete message. There is a slight change. I think I will be inviting Dr. Himani Khanasara to introduce our first speaker, Dr. Elad Parso, today. Thank you. A very good morning to one and all. Good morning to all the dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, dear friends, and my dear students. It's a proud privilege to introduce the first speaker for the day, Dr. Elad Parso. He is a senior lecturer at Vassili Academy of Arts and Design, Jerusalem, and an internationally engaged design researcher specializing in sustainable design management and systems innovation. He earned his PhD in Sustainable Design Management in 2020, an MPS in Design Management in 2001, and a BFA in Ceramic Design
from the Bezalel Academy of Arts and Design in 1996. Bridging academic research and applied practice, Dr. Parso's professional profile integrates curriculum innovation, institutional transformation, and cross-sector collaboration. In 2006, he founded and directed the Graduate Design Management track at Bezalel, establishing one of Israel's leading programs connecting design, strategy, and organizational leadership. Since 2021, he has served as founder and head of the Sustainable Development Hub, that is the SDH, a cross campus initiative aligning academic programs, campus operations, and community partnerships with the UN Sustainable Development Goals through a living lab model. His leadership advances education for sustainable development and systems thinking across undergraduate and graduate studios while translating research into measurable institutional outcomes such as sustainability certification frameworks, faculty development programs, circular campus pilots, and city level collaborations. As a member of the UNESCO chair team in urban design and conservation studies and a participant in municipal environmental governance, he connects academic inquiry with public sector strategy and industry engagement. Internationally, Dr. Elab has led and co-developed major European and cross-regional elevations and initiatives, including Engage to Innovate, Clever, and the India-Israel Small is Beautiful collaboration. Across these projects, he has built partnerships between academia, municipalities, NGOs, and industry stakeholders, advancing creative leadership, urban resilience, social innovation, and sustainable design competencies. His publications and applied research focus on circular systems, sustainability literacy, and practice based models that embed systematic change within higher education and civic ecosystems. May I now request our principal, Ms. Manjuli Bhalerao, to kindly felicitate Dr. Ilad Parso. It is also now my pleasure to welcome and invite Dr. Roshni Udyavar to speak about the cross-cultural collaborative project between India and Israel, that is Small is Beautiful. Dr. Udyavar has played a pivotal role in advancing eco-friendly initiatives in our own institution. Works the Eco Hub that are you sit and charge your mobiles and your laptops and you use that space for your work. Dr. Roshni has been instrumental in designing that with the college. We are elated to have Dr. Roshni with us, and she is also going to be she'll be taking a session in the afternoon post lunch session. So we will have a detailed introduction about Dr. Roshni then. But for now, ma'am, can you just talk about your project?
Morning, everyone. It's always a pleasure to be at this platform because this is where I also presented or defended my PhD. Uh, and I don't feel like I'm a guest because I'm always doing things at SVT, whether it was the energy audit or green audit, things like that. So right now I'll briefly talk about small is beautiful, and it's really wonderful that we have Professor Elad here today.
at a time when our Prime Minister, our Honorable Prime Minister, also visited Israel. So, the innovations and especially design, what they have done is really remarkable. And I'm glad that he could be here to talk to you all about design pedagogy. So, Small is Beautiful is basically a project that was done between India and Israel from 2016 to 2019. Um, Next, please. So, multidisciplinary, multicultural, international. Yes, yes. Yes, it's a multidisciplinary, multicultural, and international platform that we started off with. There were four of us involved, myself from the architecture field, like Barak Pellman from the Bezalel University, uh, Ruki Cantor from the Visual Communications, and Professor Elad Perso from the Design Management and Industrial Design part. So very different disciplines came together and we curated this workshop to happen between the two countries. And there was a cross-cultural exchange. Of course, there are many institutions involved, including the one that I was affiliated with, Academy of Architecture, Bezalel University, and later on we also had Hebrew University join us and two other universities in India. So it was, as you can see, the Indian students are going to Israel, Jerusalem, and the Israeli students came to India. And here you can see they are actually in a Vedic village near Begum. Next. So the first 2 years, it was Jerusalem and Mumbai. In 2018-19, it was in Vadodara and Belgaum, respectively, in India, and continued to be in Jerusalem for the other times, for the other teams. And not only did we have a dialogue between the students of different disciplines, and they studied communities which lived in small spaces. That was the idea of E.F. Schumacher's theme of small is beautiful or less is more, how people can manage with less resources. And it was also a dialogue between the two countries. So people who participated learned from the cultural differences as well. Next. So this was the first year, 2016. As you can see, the different case studies that were chosen in Dharavi, in different societies, all of them different types. And you can see the different disciplines that were involved: architecture, interior design, applied arts, and in the other side, you had visual communication, architecture. So a lot of this dialogue between the disciplines, and from this we of course learned a lot and developed the own thing each year on. Next. So these were the key aspects. There were a lot of site visits, there were community studies, there were problem-based learning, and the theme was mainly also about learning from people. How people live in small spaces, how do they, manage their resources, and how what we can learn from people. So this was an interesting study that happened on both sides. Next. So, for example, this was the last one that happened just before COVID was in Belgaum. So we had the different houses, some of them were hundreds of years old. And simultaneously in Jerusalem, we had the opportunity of visiting some of the ultra-Orthodox communities, as well as the public housing and so on. Next. And these are the different disciplines that were involved in the last one, especially the social work aspect added a lot of inputs and a lot of additional aspects into this whole program. Next. So these are some of the pictures. The last one, as I said, was with BTU Belgavi, and these are some of the impressions of the students, both Indian and the international, who participated. I think more than anything else, they were deeply connected with the culture of India, culture of Israel, and so on. So it was learning. Yes, yes. And we were widely covered in a lot of media, both in Vadodara as well as in Belgaum. Next. Just to show you the kind of outputs that came from interdisciplinary, these are some of the outputs. This is like spatial mapping. Next. This is one of the case studies in India where how the space design happened and how it can be redone or reworked. At. Next. This was interesting. We had the visit of the poles, which are the old houses in Vadodara, and one of the Israeli students had come up with an interesting plan of the roof as a street, and as a open space. Next. Yeah, and these are some of the case studies in Jerusalem. Next. So at the end of it, there were a lot of learnings, but the important thing was that sustainability, these are some of the quotes. Sustainability is not just about ecosystems, but also humans and their lifestyles, comfort, and necessities. And also that, it's not just something that is static, it is dynamic. Next. There were a lot of learnings for us from the feedback that we did after the course was done, and probably Dr. Elad will talk more about how this has been developed. Next. And the outcome of this was presented at the European Academy of Design in 2017 with all the four authors. So I think that's a brief that we wanted to share. Next. I think that was the last thing. About small is beautiful, and I hope that this kind of collaboration is something that probably can be developed if you have the different disciplines. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Roshni. And I think with this kind of a rich, sustainable pedagogy as the background, without any further ado, I think I take this proud moment to introduce and invite Dr. Elad to kindly address the audience.
It's already included. Let me start with presenting the Talent Academy, where I'm coming from. So I'll start explaining about Metzalel. So Metzalel is a very old academy, initiated in 1906, celebrating 120 years this year. It is the only art and design academy in Israel which is teaching only just art and design without any other disciplines. Have 10 undergraduate departments: industrial design, architecture, and production design, screen-based arts, and so on, and 5 graduate departments. One of them is the industrial design, which teach. We have 2,600 students, and almost 500 faculty. And we also have a women-only college, those are Orthodox community in Jerusalem, which runs separate campus with the same faculty. So each both in the women's only college in Pennsylvania. We also have very being a research environment in which we are working as researchers, practicing both empirical research and also design research. And our main focus is working together with the, all right, thank you. Working with the European Union. Right, so this is our first campus, so 1906. In the things we teach architecture there. This is the new campus, recently built, designed by Sana Architects from Japan. And a huge 42,000 square meters building. Urban campus, we have no lawns or gardens and whatsoever. It's the entire lawn is built. The only garden we have is on top of the roof. The heart of the campus, at the middle floor, is all workshops. This is the carpentry. We have traditional crafts, arts and crafts, and advanced machinery. And in a way, as you see, everything is made out of glass in the building. And this is from architectural point of view, break the silos of the disciplines. Also, students from architecture, from industrial design, from even fashion and jewelry meet up in these workshops and they do their projects together. Maybe I think half or maybe more than 60% of the studying is done through in the workshops, through actual work. Yeah. This is a few examples of the research that we're doing. We were challenged. We challenged our students to act upon the polycrisis concept. And they decided to curate an exhibition. We are working on earthquake. This is a research about earthquake alerts. Designing safer urban spaces with the Horizon P7, related to the Horizon Europe, and cost action, all kind of different research platforms by the European Union. This is an interesting research about how design can alert people, first through sound and then through visuals, especially in times of great urgency. We're currently, myself and my partner are involved in this Horizon Europe project, Engage to Innovate, which is focusing about the process of innovation, trying to take this astonishing number that only 20% of researchers in Europe believe that the outcomes of their research might have any sort of impact on reality, which means that almost most research is basically concludes with just reports and has no impact on society. The idea is that what we're trying to change is to instead of following the normal process of innovation in which new technology is the driving force behind innovation, which is basically just invention, but not innovation. Innovation comes only when this invention are being put into practice, to work. And we believe that design is the main tool that can connect between the needs of human beings and the new technologies. So we're offering a new innovation process for the EU, which is a human-based process. And currently we're running a design competition for students worldwide with the brief of tackling radicalization, which is a huge issue in EU. This is better. Now the topic of my presentation is climate change, sustainability, and what design can do about it. We'll run through a few facts of what is the climate crisis. Here you can see, you cannot see, these are the average temperatures of our globe. And it's running for the years at the beginning of the 20th century. All the average temperature has been below the median point. As we run forward in time, we can see clearly that we are getting the planet is getting warmer and warmer. And currently, we are at we had the warmest 10 years ever recorded in history. Another critical point of information to understand the climate crisis is the population crisis. Here in this chart, you can see a summary of the last 12,000 years, in which most of it, the number has been almost the same. And from the middle of the last century, a huge boom in the number of people occurring. And this is like the main force behind all the changes. Forward, each person consumes natural resources and emits greenhouse gases, the atmosphere, and this is part of what we need to face, especially from the design point of view, that we need to take care of people, give us nice clothes, places to stay, and good places to work. So this slide talks about the biological crisis, the decline of the number of species that are live with us on the planet. This is the intro for the movie by David Attenborough. You can see it on Netflix, right? They're like current. Spectacular marvel. Yet the way we humans live on Earth is in the nature of decline. Human beings around the world. Replacing wild with the tame. This film is my witness statement to my dream of the future. The story of how we came to make this our greatest mistake. We can yet put it right. We need to learn how to work with nature rather than in Bethlehem, we basically we blame ourselves. We tend to call the climate crisis a cultural crisis because it is happening due to our activities, and we take a lot of responsibility as designers for the fact that we can, in our design, many times promote materialism, we promote consumerism, of course. Many of our activity is done for the shorter perspective, and not for the long term thinking of life on Earth. And one of the most critical important point is that we are focusing on human needs alone, finding it very difficult to take care of other entities on our planet. I'm showing this short clip, although I'm always hesitant for showing it. For two reasons. First of all, it will be showing you how artists can deliver strong messages through art. Something that is very difficult through a scientific chart just before. And because in a way it's a very crystal clear mirror of what is happening now in our culture. Thing that you see there has been designed by the industrial design art. Right. So, like, what do we do, right? We are responsible for the creation that we do, but the product that environment create. Nevertheless, there's a strong tension between the need to support human population and to maintain our planet. So how does it work? I'm skipping this as well. Sorry, it's like yeah. Let's go straight to the paradigms of sustainability. And as I told you earlier in the past, whenever I come to India, this is where I become optimistic. So this is where sustainability movement has begun through the tree hugger, the Chikapu, and the I cannot pronounce the name. And then from the 1730, the tribe, the women of Hajarli. And they were the first examples in history that people were able to change policies in terms of environmental action and prove that it is within our power to be as good as they have been and to do the same. We just need to find what are our modern trees, what should we have now, besides having the trees, because we know that this is important, but there aren't too many trees left. But each of us need to define from its own discipline what are the trees. Also, arts and crafts movement was the point in the beginning of what we now know is sustainability, is the interlink between the diminishing of the knowledge, the change in the economical powers, and the reduction of natural materials in the industry. Mr. Papanek, the American industrial designer, defined it very well that in a way we're playing part of this game in persuading people to buy things that they don't need with money that they don't have in order to impress people who don't care. So if you find yourself a part of it, red flag and doing something else. We know this is the definition, the official definition of sustainability, meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations, meeting their own needs. We know that this hasn't been achieved. Future generations will not be able to enjoy simple things such as clean air or shade of a tree or things like that, or variety of creatures to see. So basically, I'm calling up to the students that you need to think of new definition of sustainability. As I mentioned before, it is about regenerate. Our goal is not only to preserve which we have failed, but to regenerate the things that we have lost away. Another perspective of sustainability, which means that everything is eventually economy, but economy is within society and society is within the environment. So always think about these three steps. Money comes first and then society, but never forget the environment, which each action that we do has an environmental implication. The most basic paradigms of sustainability is like this concept. In the past, I visited the University of Arts and Design in Iceland for 10 days, and all they did was sustainable design. But the word sustainability has been said once, but it wasn't needed because they were under the green paradigm design. They appear between inside sustainability. But the other one, the blues paradigm, is that, for example, in Bezalel, we have within the industrial design department, we have a course for sustainable design. And the message for students in this paradigm means that you have design which is not related to sustainability. That's wrong. So there is this tension between ecocentric thinking and anthropocentric thinking, which is in between sustaining and developing the need to develop new resources for the upcoming generation. And these two doesn't really mix. Nevertheless, the United Nations made an effort and this put towards side by side with the Sustainable Development Goal, which is a major paradigm for the last 20 years, and we are in the last decade of achieving the Sustainable Development Goal. And turns out that we are not achieving them whatsoever. And the upcoming year has been dedicated to localizing the SDGs from the support period, perhaps with that we'll be able to improve our achievement of goal. Yeah, with that. I've been conducting a research in Bezalel, analyzing the thesis projects of our students and looking for the way that they have been addressing this SDGs. Mentioning not all projects are addressing them. Nevertheless, from the one that do, I was mapping them and I saw that we are very strong in certain SDGs like number 12 and 11, which represent parts of architecture and industrial design, and we are very fully covering very important entities such as low poverty, equality, education, or gender equality, and so on. Or most important one that we're missing, which is partnerships, number 70, partnerships for the goals. And in order to improve our activities on the partnership side, so I came to India, try to create partnerships with other universities in order to achieve or educate for the goal. So in a way, the role is changing and becoming more complex. The world as we see it now, or the world as I'm going to see in the future, will be designed by you. Where it's having architecture, will be designing the building and so on. You're actually designing the interfaces, the user experience over the phones. And the students here have a critical role in the way that the planet is going to look like in the future, and therefore the education of designers is, from my point of view, is one of the most critical challenges that we need to address. When I introduced the Sustainable Development Hub in Bezalel, we conducted a research ongoing research of time, looking in other institutes to see what they're doing, and we defined several streams of thinking of how to embed sustainability in academic systems. First of all, is the system-wide integration, which means sustainability is a part of everything, as I said about, for example, Iceland. And then there are academies who are setting managerial goals as strategic targets need to be achieved. Other universities are focusing on collaboration with communities and industries in order to expose students to real-life challenges and so on. And each academy needs to find how they are addressing it. I think here you're doing fantastic work, working as a support for the ship. It is important that the building themselves, the campuses, would be run under sustainable thinking, because you cannot educate something and practice the other way. So it goes in. Yeah, I'm just running fast on that. This is the structure of the Sustainable Development Hub in Bezalel, which is an interdisciplinary unit, and we have different activities under the four sections. We conduct research, we practice teaching, we study the study academies. We encourage our students for activism through our student cell, and we conduct in collaboration with other universities. So what do we design for? If you can see this chart, This is an interesting research has mapped all the perspectives of what do we design or what do we think about when we do projects. It goes from ecocentric, as we said in the past. So it goes from just myself to nation to the entire society, humanity, so all the way up until the place that we think and design for everything, all the plants, for all the pictures, for all the materials of content. And it makes me very humble because I understood when I saw that the best of my action, I'm reaching up here. I've never been able to design complex enough project. Um, all the huge amount of space that we need to attend. Example of design and moving from human-centered perspective, in which the highway was just built for cars to go from one place to the other easily and efficiently, to the very same place in which instead of cars, they implemented a public transportation system and revived the river and created space for fish and birds and insects and so on that we need so badly. Another perspective of this the same kind of thinking is life-centered design, that moving from human-centered to life-centered design, in which we need to think about the invisible stakeholders first of all, not just us, or when you go out to the field to interview people, you need to think not only about who are you interviewing, but the people you cannot interview, or stakeholders that you cannot talk to who are not present. They are the most important one. And to think about non-human life and entire ecosystems, it's very difficult to think in an ecosystem perspective because it's extremely complex. You need to think about time. You need to envision your projects not that by the end of the semester or the end of the academic year, and not by the end of 5 years, but think about it in terms of 250 years, 500 years, what would be the footprint of the thing that you have created, and also look into the past, to the heritage, and the knowledge has been there, and in a way of the justice implication. So this is how before and after everything becomes more complex. This is one example of building that's built under this perspective in which they are reviving or even nourishing the ecosystem through special units, buildings that are dedicated to that. I'm gonna skip this part as well. Move to the example. Let's go to climate optimism, not pessimism. So what can we do as designers? I have here short clips done by Bezalel graduate of these projects. And we'll watch 4 of them.
Hi, my name is Bezalel. I started selling new glasses and videos and the development predicting the world is lost voice and the last project is all about that. Every day for more than 70 days, I send a letter to see all the largest supermarket company in Israel and showing food and farming fashion. Some of the letters contain daily updates, some a proposal for an action, and some even an invitation for a meeting. I wanted him to know of us. Wake up, see that there's a problem, and start acting for a better future.
Hi, my name is Shachar Hassan from Matzah Academy of Arts and Design, Jerusalem. It may sound strange, but some of our products shouldn't last forever, because we don't need them forever. Take silver shoes, for example. What if we could produce them with materials that could be sampled according to children's growth curves? My project, the C4, is all about that. It's a material research project that tries to solve this by using biodegradable materials, minimal waste production techniques, and applying the expiration date concept to the fashion industry.
Hi, my name is Ina Graham Francis, development student from Bethel Academy of Arts in San Jose. This city is often perceived as an ecological death, an area containing limited biodiversity, where ecological cycles are broken. Our project implements a system that improves the urban infrastructure and revives lost biodiversity. We chose to design a canal that converts the problem of a city's excess water into an opportunity for environmental resilience. We see the tension between the river and the city as an opportunity to enrich the urban environment.
Hi, my name is Dawn Tushman from the Israel Academy of Art and Design in Jerusalem. In many cities around the world, scooters and bikes are the preferred form of mobility. At the same time, we can see signs of the shortcoming of existing service in the world around us. By combining strategic and product design and creative labor, a service that enables efficient and responsible mobility. Pursue the circular economy and consider all of the users of the urban area well sighted.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the last video about the bike system. So you can see here an example of how an industrial design student he designed a bicycle. Nevertheless, thought about it in different perspectives, system perspectives. First of all, the economic system behind the bicycle, and the social system, and then also the urban systems in which this design is participating. And you can see here at the beginning of the complex understanding of the complex that is needed in order to have a project with an impact. So this is an architectural project that is focusing on edge of the city. How does the city meet the rural areas? And it created like a porous edge which brings in the nature into the city and brings the city a little bit outside. And this is a project about political architecture. This student is from this community, the Palestinian community. And their village has no building rights at all. Therefore, they have to be illegally, and they're always under the threat of demolishing if they're illegal housing. So we create a social architecture project in which she documented and curated a future for this non-legal settlement. Fashion design, the student, she designed a set of clothing which is focusing on the decaying process of the fabric and making it into a desirable and beautiful process. And last one is this public sharing car, which is also available while parking at night for other uses like a terminal salon for people in the city. All of these projects showing system thinking and thinking which are beyond ego of the user. So projects, these are projects which are not from Bezalel, rather highlights that they want to see as an opportunities that are being opened for you as a young designers due to the climate crisis. This is a brand that's creating products out of plastic that found on the shores. This is a startup from Israel which is providing agricultural knowledge for rural communities through online design. Dyes for fabric based on the algae. Prints made out of waste clothes. All of these startups there are a deep need for designers to join them and envision futures for possible uses of their new home biogas. It's the like when they're creating new materials for started agricultural fields. Another short video about an Israeli company that is making thermoplastics from garbage. When you see the video, take notice that the entire factory has no chimneys. The creation process creates no emissions whatsoever.
$2 billion of waste are being produced every year by humanity, and as population grows and economic conditions improve, the problem is going to be bigger. All those materials are in your waste bin are not materials, they're good materials, but they are called waste because nobody knows what to do with it. All the technologies that exist today, you have to separate the cardboard, it has to be clean, you have to separate the paper, it has to be clean, separate the plastic in the many different streams, has to be clean. All the separation process are extremely expensive. So at the end of the day, you might end up with a recycled plastic that costs so much. Fellow can say, in the factory, we actually receive everything together, but we'll only remove metals and minerals, and the rest that people think that is stinky and smelly, for us, that is an excellent raw material. We're taking the waste, breaking it apart, a level where we just see particles floating in the matrix that we will then combine them together, working into a new term as a simple living material that will replace common-based plastics that are made out of oil. So UV2 material is made 100% out of waste, while other plastics are made 100% out of oil. So there you have one product, which is UV2, that is usable by the existing industry. Purpose of the company is to develop this technology in a way that it will be accessible, economically viable. Our customers are very big brands, some of them super brands like McDonald's, like Pepsi, Mercedes-Benz. We turn this R&D facility into a small commercial plant, and from then on, the idea of UV2 is just build factories around the world. What we created in UV2, it was also an impossible solution. Why no one did it before? Because it's crazy. But if you think that there is a solution, certain reaction that creates made, and we understand that is possible, then the impossible becomes possible. The fact that we can exist is truly inspiring others to break frontiers that they didn't dare. And as long as you can inspire other people being with you and doing something good, you yourself will be fed with that enormous positive energy.
UV2 represent a very innovative thinking. Nevertheless, this is a perspective of end of pipe, which means they only try to fix the damages that have been handled from garbage. And the next slide I'll show you representative thinking, which is the beginning of the pipe, so to say, which is eliminating the harm in the first place. This is the creation of leather, not from animals, rather from fungi. There are plenty of products which are exploring its tremendous potential of fungi and mycelium fungus. In renewable energy is a whole important new field for designers. We must be there, of course, because this is the heart of all the other SDGs. Without the ability to shift to renewable energy, we will not be able to achieve anything. This might be the last one we have. Okay, so In this video, you're going to see the concept of microgrids, which means that the electrical grid, the central electrical grid, is no longer effective or needed, but has a lot of downside. And this grid is a standalone renewable energy generation. They have on one side the capacity to create energy to PV or wind. In the middle, you have the capacity to store the energy. You're gonna see in a minute. But then, what do you do? How do you connect this new concept of prosumering, not only consuming, but the producing energy, the people, the architects, the city planners, to even to the graphic designers who are making the interfaces of the applications, so people who are going to live in these environments going to need.
Volt develops gravity energy storage solutions and energy management software to accelerate the global transition to renewable energy. The Energy Vault Resiliency Center is designed to improve grid resiliency and dispatch energy at the optimal time. So how does Energy Vault gravity energy storage work? Energy Vault gravity-based solutions employ a proprietary mechanical process and energy management system store and discharge electricity. When renewable energy generation is high, EBRC uses that energy to raise 30-ton bricks to an elevated position. Potential energy is stored in the elevation gain of the brick. When energy is needed, EBRC releases kinetic energy back to the brick by controlled lowering of the bricks under gravitational force. EDX, the modular building brick of the EBRC system, can be built to scale in increments of 10 megawatt-hour units. To fulfill energy demand, support grid resiliency, to manage energy disruption, granite beds, and extreme weather. The systems can be co-located with renewables and/or built as standalone storage to support grid stability, designed to meet standard building codes and constructed utilizing local labor and recycled materials. Energy Vaults, gravity-based energy storage, are designed to power our lives and to enable a renewable world.
So you need to see yourself in this kind of future, not just feeling sorrow for the loss of the climate that our ancestors had, rather trying to find ways to mitigate or to adapt the new future that's coming upon us. Because the world is going to be hotter and cloudier and with a lot of potentials for new things that we cannot envision right now. Thank you very much. Yeah, it is currently being built in China currently, but the energy vault is just one battery system. What I want to emphasize is the concept of independence, independability of communities. Thank you. Any other questions or thoughts? Right?
Our students put the sustainability with the first year. So very interesting projects for the students work with the beginning year. Of course, it's a very difficult process because thinking about sustainability from the beginning when we design the thing. First we introduced that, but having anything which is like sustainable is also good to us in the future, like solar panels, EV cars. So what are the main things what we consider in the end so that sustainability, the true goals of sustainability can be maintained? So does the student from the Department of Art and Design they have some like model that these are the things which we need to consider when we start the design process? So I just saw that multiple fraternity students were involved for design one. So what as a student or what as a teacher? Simon, talk about innovation and
As an educator, I think that our main task make us students believe that they can change the world. And they can change it maybe through focusing on the culture, on our ability as designers to find what is normative, what is beautiful and what is not, what is right and wrong in terms of objects or the way that people interact in their environment. And sometimes art is a very strong tool for that you've seen in this terrible video, an animation video. And sometimes improve products and user interface.
thank you so much.
And also we say the similarity, the understanding that one discipline cannot solve anything by itself, but even to understand the problem from its own perspective. We need to be able to join forces with other disciplines, not like graphic design and architecture, but other disciplines altogether. So far, I teach sustainability to my students. My students are from interior design. So, like being an architect, it is very much easy to understand sustainability because it has a wider picture. But when it comes to interior designing, it is a like narrow path. The limitations are much more, and we find materials more expensive and sustainable. Like, what can I say? The sustainable materials are more expensive than the normal materials. So how can we like integrate that thing into like how can we normalize sustainability in our regular projects like the projects which are residential projects, commercial projects, they don't use that kind of sustainable materials in it. The major thing is cost. So how can like sustainable products be cheaper? And how can sustainability um, can't be seen in gadgets only? Because nowadays we are using gadgets like air purifier and so on to just make our space sustainable and so how can we shift from that thing into more like material driven things? How can we do it? That's my question. Yeah, well, there are multiple ways that you can do it, but you first of all, you need to think about the material and be aware. We are all aware of the economical forces that are creating the built environment systems, and the need for new materials to less hazardous. Nevertheless, we need to try to change the policy and in the rules, try to impact the people who are making the building policy and make them to change building codes and make rebuilding mandatory. So it won't be a cost, but it won't, that to come. From economical point of view, here, our economical system is missing the externalities of the costs that we are, leaving to our next generations to take care of. Like the smoke that comes out of the chimney of the factory, the cost, the external cost, that somebody has paid for. If you calculate that into the economical models, then you may find that the range of is less than. Maybe.
Environmental responsibilities while sustainability.
We will have the answers to everything.
So, sir.
Question is this, one hand is the problem for the latest 1,000, we have usually right now. Now, so, like, the other hand, we don't. Everybody. Terrible, it's redefine systems, living systems, to enable, green growth. And there hasn't been a cure for that, it's just tough for you to. It's such a good question, you may get the answer to the. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Lal, for that presentation. I think it was very interesting from the perspective that I tried conference. I read a bit about Israel. They're having speakers from Israel in the international conference, and I would like to read something that I got from the net, obviously. So, Israel is globally renowned as a powerhouse of technology, integrating sustainable practices and innovations. Often called as Silicon Valley due to its high concentration of startups. And your seminar, believably so, because I would say that students are working, identifying problems and concentrating on create products, okay, which are more regenerative rather than just we're trying to avoid some or let's say doing less harm, you're trying to make something that will do good. So also I think it excels in it's ranked fifth in the world for innovation. So that's another amazing number. Also, Israel excels in cybersecurity, AI, agricultural technologies, artificial irrigation. I think you'll be learning about that, and medical devices and technology accounting for 1% of its economic output. I think the whole perspective is that if you have a strong intent, even one person can become a majority. And that's the whole idea. So it's not about something somebody else changing for you. It's the initiative that we take and we pursue and we intend to bring in to make that change. It may be the smallest change, but it's definitely a change for me. Thank you. That was a very good lecture, sir. Thank you. I would like to, before our next speaker joins in, I think I missed out on some of the. We'll take a 2 minute break here. Uh, Feel free to ask questions. We all are here to learn. We are as ignorant about certain things as you are, so it's okay to ask questions. Please go ahead. So now we move on to our next section, and that is let me see, an interesting session on conservation and restoration by architect Vikas Dilawari. I'll invite architect Uday Kovalkar to make his introduction.
Namaskar. Good afternoon to one and all. It is my honor to introduce architect Vikas Dilavari, principal architect Vikas Dilavari Architects Mumbai, one of the India's most respected conservation architects with nearly 3 decades of dedicated work in heritage conservation and restoration. Architect Dilavari is an alumnus of School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi, and the University of York, where he completed his master's with distinction. Architect Dilavari has been at the forefront of architectural conservation in India. He previously served as the head of the conservation department at Kamla Vidyanithi Institute of Architecture, commonly known KRVIA. His firm, Vikas Dilavari Architects, has successfully executed over 55 conservation projects, many of which have received national and international acclaim, including 19 UNESCO Asia Pacific Awards for Cultural Heritage Conservation. And notable projects include my one of favorite, the restoration of iconic landmarks such as Tora Fountain and the Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Vastu Sangrahalaya in Mumbai. So now I request Dr. Anuradha Ramesh, Assistant Professor, Department of Postgraduate Program and research to kindly felicitate our esteemed guest, architect Vikas Singhawari. So I now invite Sir Architect Vikas Singhawari to kindly share his knowledge, experience, expertise on the topic restoration of heritage properties and heritage stories. Thank you. Excellent, sir.
Thank you for the invite. It's a pleasure to see Mrs. Sinha here. I remember 35 years ago, 1990, I came to the same place. And very interestingly, you had an intern who said that my mother was your student. So it's good to be here, and I'm going to talk about conservation, which is the best way of practicing sustainable architecture. You're repairing, you're reusing, you're recycling. You're not adding or using new materials and, the concerns which are the concerns for climate change. So through 4 or 5 projects, and some projects are going to details, I'll try to explain you the process of conservation, which is a very interesting field. It has academic inputs, because when you're studying a historical building, you have to go into the details of its architecture, history, how it came about, how is it serving in the present day, and how you can improve it to use it in the present. So the first thing which I start is it was a very unfortunate accident of a fire which happened in 2000, just as we were coming to the millennium, where this beautiful building, the Bombay Municipal Corporation head office, its corporation hall caught fire in January. And whenever a fire happens, the damage is twofold. The damage was structural, the damage was soup related. So when you have a structural damage, it's not just the fire. The fire makes the temperature go high. The water which is poured in suddenly makes the stones to crack. So from 500, 600 degrees, you suddenly pull the stone, so your stone starts stacking up. And that was the case here. If you can see, this is how the old stones, which were done in limestone, or as it is called, Portland stone, had developed severe flash. So we had to get it reconstructed. And in any conservation project, there are many goals which you have. One is to do minimum intervention. But when you do minimum intervention, you respect the historicity, the authenticity of material and everything. The other important factor was to see the use of like materials, because these materials lasted you so long. So in this case, I remember it was very early, 30 years ago, 25 years ago, we had to search for Balda stone. We had to get temple craftsmen who would come and execute this. So that you can see is the end product. And this was interesting. Now, inside everything was covered with soot, and we tried to clean it with the help of conservators, nothing was happening. So it was a decision which was taken to repaint the hall. Now, when you have to repaint the hall, what color scheme would it be? So as a conservation architect, we always try to keep our egos at minimum, and we try to respect. There's something called principles of second man. That means the original creator who's created it, we should wear his shoe and think as how he would have done it. So when we did several tests of removing the paints and finding the color scheme, we did find the original color scheme. So these were the Victorian palettes which someone would have used at that time. And when we scraped the paints and other things, we found this color. So this is how things were chosen. You have to appreciate that these are the kind of drawings which one has to prepare so that you can get the exact feel of that place and space. This is the time when your chat GPT is not there and other things are not there. So these were the manual drawings which were done at that time. Now, this is where we, as I said to you, we always attempt that if we can clean it up. This whole thing was supposed to be gilded. We tried to clean it up with the help of conservators, but we were not successful. So we had to redo the gilding. In every conservation project, there is another important component which is of reviving a lost art. In this case, the gilding was the most important thing to do. There are very few people who do such kind of gilding work. So we had to really find people from Vasai. This is how the hall looks like. You can see how opulent it is with the original gold coming back. Very interestingly, the operators who were there never knew that there was so much of gold in the picture. And earlier it was all painted grey. They had grey, sitting arrangement with the tables. They had a carpet because the Minton tile, all their mics wiring went through the carpet, so they gave a carpet. And we decided to expose the Minton tiles and we introduced hanging mics. This is the first time you had a hanging mics in the system. And these were the balconies which were reconstructed because the fire started from there. So some of these brackets have been repaired and there is a lot of steel which has been used. But it's all camouflage that, it gives you the overall aesthetics of that place. Now, these are very early examples of how the operation was just being introduced. Now, we found this was fire damage, so we used this wood to make the moldings, and so nothing was wasted. It was all reused and recycled. And one of this beam was repaired, stainless steel fletching was. So these were some. We were fortunate that we were given quite a amount of free hand to do it, and this is how it was converted. Interestingly, this is how it gave an opportunity to bring the original details out, which were missed out after, post-independence. BC stands for Bombay Corporation, and there were coats of arms, there were sculptures which were all there, and these were then, we managed to show and expose them. Now, I was very delighted after 25 years, the corporation hall has been opened up and you have conducted tours. And what we did 25 years ago is still sustained, nothing much has changed. And you can see the opulence of the hall. This was the first project was the Bombay Municipal Corporation project, but the next project was again a Bombay Municipal Corporation building, which is the Bhavdaji Lab, the erstwhile Victoria Albert Museum, apparently the second oldest museum in India. And it's a very fine pavilion building which is there in Baikala in the botanical garden. Normally, all these institutes came up as an education center. You will always find museums which were located in botanical garden. If you go to Jaipur, if you go to Hyderabad, if you go to various places, the idea was that it was a place to understand and learn. So this is how the building was, and when we were given the project, this is how it was. There was a ticketing booth here, there were team members supporting it. And this is how we managed to restore it in 2003, 2005. This was one of the photographs which was available through Times of India. Interestingly, it was mentioned it's one of the most opulent building. It strikes you with gold and gold and gold. These are some photographs of before restoration. You can see that it was just painted in grey color, which again was never touched up. There were steel members which were supporting the cornices, but the plaster was peeling off. The internal, the top slab was reconstructed in 1920s, and you saw that the reinforcement was corroding. The electrical wiring happened from one place to another. And this was the main entrance, and you will visualize that from the main entrance, they just put the shortest system and chopped off a capital, and this is how it was. Now, this is where we started experimenting. We wanted to come back to the original theme, so we never tried to superimpose what we have as our taste, but we try to find out what the building believes. So these were the color schemes which the building revealed, then we matched it with the nearest color, then we found the blue and the red. And this is how we have to revive two lost tradition. One was the stencil painting, one was gilding. You can see people doing the gilding work here. This is something which we discovered while removing the paint. So you have to be extremely careful when the paint was being removed. Again, as I mentioned, these are stencil painting. And then it was famous for its painted tiles. But certain areas, the tiles were changed, and you had the flooring which was newly introduced, which was very important. So this was what was available at that time, which Bharat tiles, which were making replicas back into 19 times, so that's how this was. I think I missed one of these slides on line plaster. Plaster was a very important component. Two facades of the building had line plaster, whereas two facades were in stone. So using specialized traditional craftsmen from Rajasthan, they were specially brought in, and they are the ones who done the line plaster. This is one of the earliest buildings where line plaster. These are the kind of drawings which one have to prepare so as to go into the details. But we had a problem of filling up this pediment which is located here. So it was an empty pediment. We had to conjecture it to match it to exactly identical to bring it to the nearest one. So this is the before and after, and quite glad that it matches. Just what the original one would have been. So this one. So this is based on the archival photograph which we have, but we didn't know whether this was in mode or not, but it's certainly. Now you can see the transformation that many a times still informed repairs happen. So whatever you see yellow here was actually gold, which was painted upon. We really put back the gold there. You can see the difference. Very opulent 19th century building style. The same column capitals, if you scrape the color, this is what you found. This is what has been restored and highlighted. Conservation requires a lot of attention, details, and take decisions based on respecting what you find and how you can integrate it into the present day. And the interesting thing was that this was the earliest example where conservation was executed in a full, complete totality, right from exteriors to interiors to electricals to services. So we did everything was integrated to electricals, up to date CCTV cameras, smoke detectors, without disturbing the actual fabric of it. So you can see the new lights, the chandelier, which was added, which adds on to the opulence, the light color scheme which the building wanted, and that's how it became a remarkable building. Integration of smoke detectors and everything which was done here. This building won a UNESCO award in 2005. And you can see the exposed terracotta, so, everything was painted upon. So we painstakingly removed it. It took 2.5 years. It was a public-private partnership. We were fortunate to have the General Dutch Trust which donated money. And Intact executed it. This is the team that was the person who was funding. So after this, there is another very interesting project, which is Irawan, where some amount of adaptive reuse comes in. This is located in Bhuleshwar. And what was happening was that this was a dharamsala, and the shops were supposed to subsidize, the activities which were religious and philanthropy. But unfortunately, due to rent control, the rent got closed and the building started getting decayed and it was neglected. So this is how the building was from inside. And in 2006 and 7, we were asked to work on it. And when we started doing your normal, work of painting and other things, we started discovering some stencil works. So when we went into detail, we found that it was very ordinarily written with HP, which means Sirala. That's how this whole thing was done, and you revived the stencil art painting. Here you can see whenever we do conservation work, a lot of experimentation is done, which would be the right color scheme, what would blend, line work, plaster, and the use of traditional materials. And of course, where the materials are not available, you have to factor that cost, an interesting question of cost per plate. So whatever is the nearest which gets substituted so that you get the end of that. So we tried that. This is the transformation which it brings. So this was which was not utilized. Once you air conditioned it, you had to air condition it for a simple reason, because the noise level outside was 90 decibels. So with double glazing, this hall is now being used, and that's the good part of conservation, that it's not necessarily a liability, it becomes an asset. And people then start plowing money back to the building. The Dharamsala has started functioning again. You can see, according to me, this is one of the finest buildings in the city, because it responds to the site geography, it responds to climate. The best of the best breeze comes in, good light comes in. And interestingly, it's located in a very noisy area of Bhuleshwar, but with the courtyard, you can have an open air classroom. So if you have not seen, I seriously recommend you should make a site visit to this building to understand what good architecture. Then there is another interesting project. Conservation, sometimes you get things which are challenging. Sometimes it's just cosmetic upliftment, but in this case, you had a building which was 1870s, not very properly designed. That you realize only by working. So if you see this, it's a watchtower, it's a drinking water fountain. And this watchtower predates Victoria Terminus 10 years prior to it. The architect was Renzi Walton. He was more of a hydraulic engineer who's done a lot of work for the lakes. But the building which he has constructed do not have teething in between. So these projects which, if a vegetation growth came in, it was collapsing. So you can see here, every joint has opened up. This is all simple bricks, stones which are like bricks which are placed, but nothing was interlocking. This is where it was a challenging thing to restore this, because it was located in a traffic accident. This is the peculiar mechanism for the clock. Again, if you see the interior, equal joys. And you'll be surprised that some of the joys were completely listed. Now, again, this was a public-private partnership and with the help of Kalagoda Association to the initiative, we managed to restore it in 2015 and 16. So it started with restoring the top portion and then the interior dark below. You can see from here that it was a memorial which was dedicated to the basically it's very close to a Parsi again. They wanted the architecture reflects that because it was located on this street which is called the Parsi Street. So these homes again do not interlock, they are just standing and a very lofty cantilevered cornice was made on the top, whose center of gravity was not quite the wall. So we had to conserve we have to plant an inverted beam with a slab to hold it in position. Once it's restored, this whole thing was heavily encroached, but now it's a appreciated monument. It has the significance. People have conducted tours which are there. So this gentrifies that area. So this is how conservation, if you do it well, and if it helps, it improves the area. Another very interesting project is Hajiani Dargah, which is opposite Haji Ali. And people have seen it as a blue dome, and not many people have been inside. It's one of the most tranquil spots of the city. It is one of the few buildings which the offices actually outcrop, and it has a beautiful courtyard. And then you have this very interesting shape dargah, which is rectangular in plan, and the dome is very unique. It's more like a submarine. Very interesting how it was built 1908. We do not know who the architect. Always looking to find out. This is how the interior works. You have chunks of plaster which were falling during China mosaic, which was done in 1980s. It was done for better maintenance. But it became an iconic two-color building. So we decided to leave it there. It used to have grass, but the grass used to break because it was located so close to the sea and all the paints would not withstand the pressure, the weight and like that. So this is how it works. And structurally also there were challenges. People had picked it up. There were these minarets which were leaning out and which were on the verge of collapsing. These were all painstakingly restored. Altaf is sitting here who helped us in restoring these things. This is the dome, and this is how it is located. That's getting a context. These are the new stage class, colored glass. Once you have leaded glass, they become much more sturdy and strong. So we decided to use the blue so that it's closer to the sea. And we decided to use some tint of green because that's what the religious color was. But we decided we'll leave the glass white because when in the evening when there's a magical sunset, it turns golden in itself. So a lot of people appreciate this. It is a place where the moons are allowed. If you've not really visited, one should really go and see. Very elaborate drawings and understanding. How to understand it because there was an issue in this area. These are the details, the working drawing which one has to prepare to execute the same. This is how the building looks like. You can see it now more apparently because of the coastal road. And this is what I was talking about. The evening, the sun makes the white glass magically golden. Now, coming to these were monuments which I showed you. Now we come to simple functional building, which is a A&O, commissariat building. it was declared unsafe and it was said to be, to be demolished or whatever. Since there were so many tenants, the owner decided to prepare and restore it. And this is how we spent 2.5 to 3 years doing one thing at one time, starting from the exteriors, going to the roof, then going into the interiors, then the electricals, and managed to conserve this building. And it doesn't really cost much money if you reach to what is meant to be required. You can see the differences here. Now, this is where it is that if you pay attention, for the first time you've done switching using like-to-like materials, wood, not using steel, and reconstructing the collapsed area of the walls. Now, there were jack arches, so whenever the jack arches were giving problem, they were locally reconstructed. Extra reinforcement has been added for safety. So, with help of minimum intervention, especially the corners facing the west, because none of the windows of the road have windows. So this is how it was vulnerable. The rest of the areas were good, so we left it like that. The roof was worked upon because it used to have corrugated AC sheet roof, which were removed. And now this whole space is occupied by the owner of the building. And he has generated so much of, he's generated rent from the area which is leased out on second. That his whole conservation exercise has been. So this is how conservation can help in, retaining the existing what you have. You're not loading the infrastructure with, if you do redevelopment, you'll end up making more number of people come in, more number of services. In this case, nothing like that. And of course, the social bond and, the charm of being in a historical building. So these are few things now. Very interestingly, these are some questions which, at least in my initial years of my practice, I used to trained in England when I came back. History was a very important component for conserving the building. But after 35 years of practice, I simply come to one conclusion: can today's architecture be tomorrow's heritage? Now, if it can't, that is one good reason why conservation should be encouraged. There's no two doubts about it because there are very few people. It's like conservation architects are like theater artists, but the mass cinema likes redevelopment. So, we have this challenge of, whose role is better. We think our role is better, the other person thinks their role is better, but we need to have a balance. We need to justify, because if today's architecture, what you saw of Fort area, especially the fort where historic fort was demolished, you have the Gothic revival buildings which are now World Heritage Site. So when something was demolished, that was past, but the architecture of that is heritage today. So we respect it, but can today's architecture be tomorrow's heritage is a big question. Second, our focus is only on redevelopment, it's not on urban renewal and regeneration. I think this is where the shift in policies are required. Brownfield, greenfield, sustainable, all these things have to be integrated into our policy. This you're seeing it for yourself. Only yesterday the AQI level came to 2 digits. So you started seeing your city clearly. The other important factor is inevitable part of change for the need is permissible, but what we are finding is change for the greed. You have a 4-story building being demolished and an 8-story parking coming in, and with a 25-story building. I think somewhere there's a mismatch. Then we need quick permission because many a times people don't come forward to repair buildings because permission. I think that's the most important thing. Least bad compromise. In an academic world, we try to do everything from an ideal point. While if you're practicing, you have to compromise, and it has to be a least bad compromise. So these are some thoughts about the buildings, but I'll be more than happy to answer any questions if you have. When doing restoration, how much challenging is to integrate the services in that structure? Like, how do you calculate that the longevity of structure is for how many years? Because doing services like HVAC and all, it takes core cutting and digging into the structure. So how do you know that the structure would survive that kind of puncturing? So core cutting is the easiest job because you're just making a hole. Let's put it in the same analogy of medical terms. You went to a doctor, he has to treat you. So how much, it depends upon your body. It depends upon your allergies and other things. So you have to see it in contextual. As I said to you, with Bhavdaji Lab, we completely revamped everything. Now in Prince of Wales Museum, there are need for the air conditioning, but we advocated use of 2 large propeller fans, and they agree with that. So, sometimes you have to put your foot down and insist on what is right. So there were sponsors ready to sponsor air conditioning out to galleries. But we insisted that since we are reconstructing the top slab, it's best to integrate 2 large fans. And 4 fans have been added. I don't think it requires anything more than that. So you have to see it, it's very case specific. The idea is that most of these things, the present day services are the need of the hour. Imagine Convocation Hall or Rajabai Tower cannot function with the lower movement. So you require air conditioning. The question is, if Gilbert Scott would have been alive, how would have he designed the air conditioning? How would have he integrated air conditioning? You wear his shoe and try to think from that point of view and try to execute. So one more question. Like these structures are very documented and fast. But if you get some project which wasn't very documented and fast, so how would you be start with that project? How would your initial step be? All the projects we start with preparing drawings. If they're not there, you have to draw, you have to prepare drawings. Without drawings, it's like a tailor, how can you stitch something without taking measurements? So basically, you have to be an archaeologist while doing that. Not an archaeologist, you just have to have good proper, you have to prepare a fabric status report. So you need to have some drawings to understand how you can integrate. The structural engineer will also require, the MEP person also will require drawings to calculate things. Then it's like correlating all your X-rays and all your investigations, then you work out the surgery plan, how to plan it. Also, what aesthetic, can I frame it as an sir, अभी अगर आपको कोई स्ट्रक्चर मिला उसमें आप खुद का इनपुट्स कैसे मतलब हमें लेवरेज रहता है क्या इनपुट्स डालने के लिए खुद का So I don't know what you are trying to in color schemes and also. So the best thing is the compliment which you get is what have you done? Are you getting it? You have to be so subtle. It's like a gardener that he does gardening so well that you cannot identify what has been prepared. So the same thing. The best compliment we get is what have you done? Because we try to be so subtle. We don't want to leave our signatures. Many times, if you see modern architects, the gate is a signature, the windows square is a signature. You can identify Charles Correa's buildings. You can identify other architects' buildings. So that's fine, that's good because they're creating it, but when we are creating it, we respect the first person. That's called principles of second man.
Thank you, sir.
The question was that you said like in many projects you discovered the details, like after you remove the paint, why was it painted in the first place?
If it was not painted, I would have got a job. A job because there was a fire. And when they were restoring the fire, when I removed the switchboard, behind the switchboard, you will always find the original color scheme. So that's how it is. Yeah. And there's a question there behind.
Hi, sir. So I want to ask, is there any project that you're working on currently? And according to the technologies in this generation, has it helped you? And what are the benefits and the downfalls that you face now, considering the restoration?
I don't know exactly what you're trying to mean, but modern day technology, if you use, I've not used it personally myself, but if you have a radar survey, it's just a survey which is a computer generated thing where you immediately get the plans. It's very good because otherwise we measure it and it takes time. Sometimes it's accurate, sometimes it's not accurate. But use of technology, like we were working on Prince of Wales Museum Dome, and we had to analyze the dome. So the engineer used the softwares to check the dome stresses and other things. So use of technology is always good. But the thing is where we go wrong is blanket use of new material in using like cement, concrete. Suppose if you can't make stone arches, the last alternative is you do it in concrete. But if you have the masons, if you can do it in the way it's been constructed, a lot of people replace wood and come with steel. So if it is being done holistically, it's fine, but if you're doing half a joint with that and half a joint not with that, that's where the gray area is. And the other important component in conservation is use materials which have lasted 200 years. If you go to Charminar, the lime plaster has been there for 300 years. If you go to Chandigarh, your modern buildings or Kabudia, they are showing signs of cracking because concrete has arrived. They try to prolong it, but how long can you do it? It's a subject of 20th century industrial architecture or industrial heritage. So we have to be judgmental depending upon the case.
So any projects that you're working on currently and things that you're facing, like downsides,
Like what?
challenges that you're facing?
There's a challenge. Even to get a 20 feet by 20 feet glass from a small staircase is a challenge. You worked on buildings which had no open spaces. You have to do a roof. How do you do a roof there? So everything is a challenge. That's how we get gray hair.
That's true. So it was a really lovely lecture, and honestly, the way and the concept of regenerating and reviving old structures is really something that brings so much comfort to everybody's heart. Instead of destroying and building something new, it's always really comforting to see something old come back to life.
Just add on to you on a Sunday at 6:30 or 7 in the morning, take 5 friends of yours and go to South Bombay and roam around for 2 hours. You will find the delight how beautiful your city is. It was the finest city east of Suez. I just hope it is not going the wrong way because a lot of redevelopment is happening. Now, the redevelopment, no one is against. If it is the need of the hour, it's fine. But my question and concern is if you're giving a metro, don't give car parking. You understand it? Because you've given metro to eliminate car parking. But the sad part is we're having both. So it's like you go to airport and you have a vending machine and you have a guy who operates the vending machine. So the vending machine has lost its. But those who admire your journey, honestly speaking, go at 6:30 in the morning, have a breakfast, you'll realize how beautiful your city is.
Thank you, Daniel.
But I had a small question, which is really a problem, in the sense that the land use is so very, land is very costly, and then you have an old building, it's very beautiful, what is it? But then, and it maybe has preserved also. But they go and demolish it because the land is so valuable. And they cannot have a good building.
Not
It's a lot.
exactly. You is the normal laws which we restored for some, for the Parsis. We restored about 12 buildings for the Garib Zoroastrian and the Imran Fund. What we realize is rent control has been the biggest enemy in our country. If you don't plow the money back, your buildings, whatever, even if you stay in new buildings, so in society, no one objects paying 10 rupees a square feet maintenance. But the same thing if it is rental, people think it's the landlord's duty and landlord can't. So very interesting example, someone staying in Marine Drive in a 2000 square feet flat is paying a rent of 2000 rupees, assume. But his maid who comes to work with him, staying in Kolaba slum, is paying 10 times more rent than him. So it's not justified. Rent control has to be as per economical, New York, it's as per economical this thing, but most of the countries have abolished rent control. Unfortunately, it's a political thing, so no one wants to address it. But if you remove that, and I have done few buildings where Esplanade House, there used to be Siba Gaiki on the ground floor. They got removed because of a High Court order. Now you look, the owners have plowed the money back. RK Swami BBDO is located there. The building is just fabulous. So all your buildings can become good, and trust me, the details of these buildings, they'll last you much more longer than our new buildings.
But it's in the middle of it may be a beautiful building, but it's a very long, very high rise buildings. All the buildings around me are high rise buildings, one big one, taking over there. It won't get knocked off.
It's the Edison's bulb, whether you want it there or you want it in the museum.
What is that?
That's the unfortunate part, because when we used to sit on the heritage committee, everyone used to say example of a high rise. You allow them, that doesn't mean that you allow you allow everyone. So whatever is left, if you can care for it, I think one should. Certain areas, redevelopment is fine, but please have urban design in it. Keep the consideration for the, the percentage ratio, which is required for good, we've lost the planning part of it. If you see the buildings which the city improvement trust built, they were ground plus 4 and other things. They had urban design. Nowadays you have lost, there's no urban design in our city. So that's the dangerous part of it.
KC being such a costly area, that anything will be well preserved, well kept. Got knocked off, they couldn't put down.
Which one? BKC?
KC.
No, I'm not aware of it. BKC is all modern, so what do you see? There's no character, there's urban design support, but there's no character. Land is costly being an island, so when whatever you do it with planning. The sad part is we are not doing with planning. That's where the disasters are.
Something over here. Good housing for them, people.
You have the whole eastern waterfront which will be opening up, so you have land. Who says land is not available? The idea is whether you want to give it to the right use for the city. Any other questions from students? Yeah. Good, thank you.
Thank you, Architect Lavali. I think that was a lovely presentation. And we got to see some part of our old Mumbai. Only what is left of in the South Mumbai, I believe. And as advised by Sir, I think it's a good time to take a trip and see the old architecture. We normally take our students around January. Sometimes we're able to take them, sometimes we miss it, but there is heritage walk, yeah. And we have taken them to this colonial architecture and Art Deco just to show them the old Mumbai. As rightly said, there is no urban planning. There are only 11,000 building projects coming up uh, randomly as and where you find the spot. There is a building coming today, and therefore uh, we actually don't see any kind of social thought in the new plans that are coming. It's just about economy rather than the community. So that was really nice. Thank you, sir. And I think with the conservation and the kind of drawings and the work that you have shown, students who are interested in restoration and similar kind of studies can always look up at this as a career, and not from the perspective of only monetary gains, but also satisfaction in restoring and creating something that you need to. Our next speaker is here, and I take a pleasure of introducing him. It is a great privilege to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Mickey Kedem. Mr. Mickey Kedem is the CEO of Europe Pipes and Fittings India. Europe India is the fastest growing provider of polypropylene pipes in India, integrating Israeli technology with locally adapted solutions. Mr. Mickey Kedem has a business administration degree from United States with a post-graduation in digital business. An international infrastructure leader with over 3 decades of work experience across Israel and India, he is a strong advocate for elevating material standards and accelerating the industry's shift towards renewable, low failure, and environmentally responsible solutions that improve life cycle performance in modern construction. By working closely with developers, consultants, and engineering leaders, drive the adoption of the higher performance technology mainstream building specifications. Um, I think as a testament of India and Israel collaboration, Mueller India is a proud green tech company advancing Israel technology to enhance India's sustainable infrastructure. With this, I'd like to welcome you, sir, and I will invite Mr. Sunil Mistry, our senior designer and a very senior faculty, to welcome Mr. Mickey Keller. Can we play with a token?
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. So today my presentation, what I'm going to talk about, not just specifically about technology, which is what we do. We are a technological Israeli company which is manufacturing in India since 2014, specifically in the plumbing space. Okay, but what I want to talk about is not only about the reasoning and the need behind sustainability, but only to, also, as per some of the questions that I already heard today already, is how does this connect to real life economics? Okay, what is the logic in using the sustainability products when the consumption is the misconception, by the way, that green products are maybe more expensive. Okay, using it is more expensive, therefore we have a very big challenge of potential. Okay. So I want to connect you to real life exercise with what we are doing in our company and show you that it's otherwise. Doing it in a wide way, okay, with new technologies, new ways to implement those technologies can actually reduce the price from whatever it is today. So without further ado, I'll go for the presentation. So basically, when we start, I want to speak a little bit about what they started talking these days. I'm people you are aware in the industry, construction industry, building industry, is about life cycle. Okay, life cycle of buildings, life cycle of construction, and life cycle costs. Okay, now if you take it from another industry, we're talking about total cost of ownership. Okay, so total cost of ownership of life cycle says if we are not planning only to build the building, yeah, we are not the builder. Right? We are the architects, we are people which have concerns about society, and at the end of the day, we are also consumers, and we are users which are buying our apartment with the best of our money, and we want to live there safely and healthy as possible for the longest time possible. So, what is the life cycle of that? What is the thought change that we need to drive, all of us, by the way? Yeah, it's not about building the building, it's about how long it's going to live. Okay, so let's say if I want to build a building, usually the planning should be for about 40-50 years minimum. That's the average, or that is supposed to be the average of a building life. Okay, anything below that costs more money, actually. So if we look at the life cycle of normal building, and when we say 40% of the cost is MEP cost, what does it mean? Okay, how do we even calculate the life cycle of a building? So there are calculations which are showing the cost to maintain a building and to run a building are between 2 to 3 times construction cost. Okay, so let's say we build a building for 100 crores, okay, over its lifetime to maintain it and to run it and to change and to fix the services and whatever will cost between 3 times more. Yeah, so even if we invested 100 crores in a building, we are going to invest 200 to 300 crores during its lifetime in maintaining it. Okay, 40% of these expenses are the MEP, the services. Okay, that's a lot of money. So if you take 40% out of 300, that's a lot. Big numbers. Okay, we are playing big numbers over here. If we are looking at the entire life cycle of the building and not only about the construction costs. Okay, now what does it mean? We need to change, or we need to fix, or we need to maintain. It's not only about changing 1 meter to 1 meter. I'll give you, before I go ahead, for a real life example that some of you might know. Imperial buildings in Tardo. You know, anybody knows these two buildings, which used to be called the tallest building of Mumbai, about 2010, let's say. So today, they need to change the water supply. Okay, the entire water supply is leaking, and they need to change it. Okay, by the way, this is ongoing discussion for more than 1 year. What to change it, how to change it, and how much it will cost. Now, the change is not only 1 meter pipe to 1 meter pipe. When you're calculating life cycle, you're saying, wait a minute, damage done to the building,
what is the damage that done on a 60-story building or two buildings from leakages in all the walls, all the plaster that finishing will change, all the people that got sick from living in those rooms, the leakages with the mold, with the issues. Okay, then I need to shut down shops, I need to shut down side, every side of the building to change it. It take time again. Okay, so at the end of the day, the calculation need to take all these parameters. Okay, you need to consider all these parameters, and this is how you calculate the life cycle cost. It's not only 1 meter to 1 meter. It should be cheaper. Yeah, maybe. How much the whole thing costs? Okay, so that is what we are discussing about the 40% cost of MEP. And the current status, the current materials which are using, still not considering this. And by the way, I believe that the shifting amount is starting now. But the current materials life expectancy is 12 to 15 years. While if you're saying no, we are making a building for 50 years, then how can we plan it with materials that last 12 to 15 years? That's part of the issues that we see in buildings in Mumbai or Kostudia or somewhat way in other places. How do we use sub-grade materials to plan something which is supposed to last 50 years? It's not, doesn't connect, doesn't it? Okay, another point that I want to look at is the carbon credits or the carbon behavior of a building. So if I'm calculating that, which by the way, nobody does it on a systematic way. But if I calculate that and I'm saying, okay, what is the carbon usage for a building of 50 years? In carbon usage, how is it connecting to our architecture buildings and all that? So the building materials, creating the steel, creating the cement, creating the bricks, okay, creating all the other building materials, creating the services. It all takes a lot of carbon, or creates a lot of carbon. Now, if I divide this carbon over 50 years, there's some logic. But if the building is gone after 20, 15 or 20 years, then obviously the numbers differ. Same carbon that I use, but I use it instead of 50 years only over 20. Okay, which means that actually I did nothing on that. I did zero on the carbon thing for the planet. So on the contrary, I damage the planet by doing buildings which are with sub-level material, non-food materials. Okay, so this is another thing that I want to point out. Okay, but ask a little bit. So like I mentioned, we got the global based from Israel, and we are trying as a company to bring the best solution possible in the plumbing industry, water related industry. In India, unlike the other food companies, we also know because of the need that we identified over the years, also water treatment or sewage water treatment solutions decentralized for all these buildings that connect everything. Okay, so if you're saying whatever is coming into the building, however the water are flowing into the building, which is including the water supply, including the firefighting, including the drainage, including where it goes to afterwards, the sewage, decentralized sewage treatment plant, then connecting eventually to the municipal level. If you take this, all this as a whole, is actually saving and helping a lot from the sustainability, point of view. But at the end of the day, I'm prolonging the life of everything. I'm giving better life to the people which live in these buildings. I'm saving on municipal infrastructure by giving a clean water or reusing this water. Then I'm taking less water from the municipality, yeah, by using this water for gardening or car wash or whatever. And also, if it goes back to the system, then it goes back more clean and more usable. Yeah, it's reusable. It's easier to use it later on. So this is about us and our reliability. As I mentioned, it all involves a lot of innovation. So innovation includes new materials, the implementation of different new materials, So we are continuously doing R&D on the new materials which are coming in and how it can be used to better this space of plumbing and how to implement that in a cost-effective way. While having environmental responsibility. So environmental responsibility is not only what I told you now. Part of the thing in environmental responsibility as a manufacturer is that manufacturing process, okay, which also has a lot of effect on the environment, which the end consumer maybe is not aware of it. I'm manufacturing material which are going to go into the building. What is the impact on the environment when I'm manufacturing? So this is the first layer of environmental responsibility. Am I using materials which are safe for the employees? Am I using materials which are easy to install, take less time to install? Am I using materials which later on you, the users, the consumers, which are in the house, using good grade material? That means water which are safe to drink, water which doesn't have material leaching onto it, materials which are not carcinogenic to the users. At the end of the life cycle, when eventually we need to take down the building, what are we doing with these materials? Recyclable? Or do we need to dig a hole somewhere and bury it? These are the whole life cycle of environmental responsibility that sometimes lacks. People don't use it, they don't look at it, they look only about the initial capital investment of the builder. Okay, this has to change, and this is what we are going to change. Little bit more about us. We're a company started basically with the Indian independence, 1947, in Israel. Part of becoming a more technological company, we are expanding more rapidly, you can say, since 2014, by buying developing more companies and more technologies which are related specifically to this space. This is where we operate, this is our motto. Okay, our values, you can see that our values as a group are directly connected to environmental responsibility, and this is what we do. I'm not going to each and every one in depth because it's very commercial. Here's the idea. Okay, the end of the day, the last point, the last fact which you mentioned only the trust. So we believe in trust. Okay, we need to give to our customers, and not only our customers, it's to their customers also. So the users need to know that whatever they bought from the companies which use these materials, trustable. And trustable means on all these layers which I spoke. It's trustable on the production level, the usage level, on the ecological level. Since this is what we publish. Okay, just to mention some of the items, and all of these are linked to India. All of these are linked to India, and also that it's manufactured in India also already. So we are going step by step in manufacturing in India, whatever we find is most needed at the moment. Started with polypropylene drainage, continue to PPR, the water supply, wood and composite pipes, PPR firefighting, and then we developed in 2019 the sewage treatment plant, which is again a defense system for the user, like the sample of the architect over here said that you have the vending machine and you have the person operating it. So we developed something on the same lines that I don't want any operators. I don't want anybody to stand next to the machine and change the buttons and all this. And this is, by the way, the common practice now in India. That every machine goes with minimum 2 operators for 24 hours. I didn't want that. I wanted to develop something which is off. It's online, it's completely without people, no need to do it, all happens automatically. It costs more. Yes, on the day of the investment, yes. If you check over 5 years, it costs less. So if you calculate the whole return on investment, that's the economics part of it. At the end of the period, it costs less. So it depends really how you look at it or how you understand it. Now I want to look a little bit to green lens because this is what we are about today. So the first myth which I spoke about, there are different myths, okay, related to all these things, all this area. For example, we are selling acoustic pipes. Okay. Acoustic pipes means that you don't hear the water or whatever it is which is running through the pipes, you don't hear it when you are in the house. Okay, when we started selling it in India, people said, why do you need it? It's so noisy outside anyway. Okay, that was the initial response for a few years. Then later on, people started understanding if I use in a high-rise building, in bigger buildings, and I have longer pipes coming, and there's a lot of noise being created, which doesn't feel good to live in such a house. When you hear when the neighbors are going to the shower or when the neighbors are going to the loo or whatever they are doing. You hear it. You don't want to hear it. You hear it in hotels. Okay, in some hotels they didn't use these systems. Okay, you hear it in hospitals. You don't want it. That's quality of life. It's what at the end of the day we're looking. So the myth is that we actually need these solutions. Solution. And another myth is that it's more costly. Okay, and I'll show during the presentation that it's not the end of the day more costly. Yeah, we are using engineering material, and the end point, okay, the most important point out of this slide is how do we extend, okay, how do we extend the building life or the life cycle of the building. That's what we look at because at the end of the day, that's the most important. Okay, and that's for a minute, shortly, a small explanation about this technology. Okay, so if you're taking a pipe, just to let you understand what is technology. So if we take this pipe, which is used for drainage, okay, what is the difference between this one and existing pipes? This one has technology. Okay, what is technology? It's a 3 layers pipe. Okay, 3 layers pipe, which one layer is to transfer the whatever it is transfer. Another layer is an acoustic layer. Okay, and the outer layer is UV protection layer. Okay, so if you take the whole thing, it's a lot of technology which is going into the pipe, okay, to extend its life. You're extending its life by having the UV protection, and you're giving better life quality to the people which are staying over there with better acoustics, better flow, better discharge, whatever it is that you are doing. So it's a lot of technology into that, and then how you use the process. For the pipe-based properties, you're using it also in a different way. Okay, so I don't know if you study about these things, but there is a way, method to install, okay, different building materials, especially in plumbing, which is a change from what used to be. What used to be 2 stacks in a shaft or three stacks in a shaft. Which again, if you're saying, yeah, 1 meter to 1 meter pipe, it's cheaper, but system to system, it's not. Why system to system it's not? Because in this system, because the pipe is a vent, I can use only a single stack drainage system. So instead of having 3 pipes in a shaft, I have only 1. Okay. Now, thing that people don't talk much about is not only the saving in the installation. Actually, there is a movement that we see that people started understanding, meaning the architects started understanding that they can use smaller shafts. Now, by using smaller shafts, you actually saving a lot of money. You are using it as something as an area which is sellable. You don't need to use this for services. You can use it for living. Using it for living means you are selling it, you're making more money on it. So yeah, 1 meter to 1 meter is more expensive. The overall system and benefits are much different. Okay, so this just some experience about it. I'm not going to talk in depth about it. Basically, there is one shot. Okay, we are able to reduce a lot of shafts in drainage, and I'll show in the next few slides also in water supply. How does it happen? So overall, system to system, at the end of the day, it comes cheaper than whatever it is running out to the market today. Still, people don't get it. Okay, I'm telling you openly. Still, people don't get it, and they say, no, but the 1 meter over there is cheaper. No, not think so. So some of the people or some of these companies still thinking from a procurement point of view and not from total cost point of view. So the builder, if you talk to the builder himself, he understands sometimes, but these things don't understand. Okay, so that's the what I call the price per meter trap. Okay, it's how you calculate it actually. Do you calculate by meter or you calculate system to system? End of the day, you have to do system. Also, you, future architect, need to think. Okay, at the end of the day, what is my total cost of implementation? It's a system. And what will be the total cost of ownership over the life cycle of the building? It's not 1 year. It's not what it costs the builder to do. This is how he's looking at it. We need to look at it for a longer point of view. Okay, why a longer point of view? Because also India is changing. Okay, how is India changing? You might ask. They started RERA in 2018, right? So RERA says that the builder now has responsibility for 5 years. So already the builders are thinking on a 5 years point of time. Not on I build it for cheap and I get. They don't want to hear from the customer that bought the flat or the house for the next 5 years. This is the initial change which is coming. Later on, and now is that stage, that later on stage is now, it will affect the name of the brand. Okay, so brands which are not using proper building materials, which last more than 45 years, or more than 10 years, or whatever period of time, the brand name and the brand value is going to go down. They are beginning to understand it. So you see some builders are implementing it and some don't. That gap has to be understood by them, and they need to overcome this. Okay, so these are things that we are replacing. So you can say, and I'll give some life examples. So for example, in drainage, we are able to, by doing this, okay, reduce the number of shafts we are using for services. We are using, now you see more. Okay. By the way, all of you, most of you are young, okay, so you just come to know about it now. But say 10 years ago, high-rise building was 20-story building. That was high-rise building. Okay, we say, oh, the building now 20-story building, such a high-rise. Then the standard is going to 60, 70, 80-story buildings. Like I said, okay, is land available or not available? It's a different question. But let's use the land that we have to build higher buildings. And we are seeing buildings being demolished, not because they are not good. We are seeing buildings demolished because they are 10 or 15-story buildings and they get FSI to be 30-story buildings. So that thing is also changing. And part of it is what materials are using to have the building live for a longer time. Okay, at the end of the day, using less services, you're also reducing the concrete and steel that you're using. Okay, there's less load on the building, you can reduce some of the steel and concrete. So at the end of the day, the entire cost need to be calculated, not only the 1 meter to 1 meter. Of course, there's also again the environmental impact. When I'm using less steel and less concrete, I'm using less carbon. Okay, so I'm more sustainable at the end. Right? And like I mentioned, more sellable things. Okay, I want to show a little bit. I spoke more about the drainage, I'll speak a little bit about water supply. So water supply is also changed, which is happening now in India. And the laws are already in place in the water supply. Earlier, there was no water meters. Yes. Nowadays, the law says that everybody needs to use water meters, although it's not 100% yet implemented, but it will happen. Cannot stop that process. And the way the systems are being installed now, let's suppose you are doing a 3-bedroom apartment, then you have 3 or 4 shafts, yeah? One shaft for each bathroom with water supply going from downstairs and another shaft for the kitchens. And that's only one apartment. So if we have 4 on the floor, you multiply this by 4. These are the number of shafts that you are having, these are the number of pipes that you are having, these are the number of pumps that you are having. Okay, now if I'm looking, you can take a photo of this slide. Not data on it, but there are many things that we can reduce if we are using advanced technology. Okay, these advanced technologies, like I'm saying, like multi-layer pipe solution as such, which are not widely used yet in the industry, reduce the number of shafts. You don't need to, you can use 1 shaft per apartment. Okay, you can put water meter when it enters the apartment. You can reduce the number of pumps because you don't need to put 4 pumps per apartment, you can put only 1. Okay, so again, you are saving on pumps, pumping, electricity. Okay, all these are being used. While using this system, there's less leakages because this system doesn't have joints. Okay, so unlike the existing system which is being used, where you need a joint for every change of direction, this one pipe comes in a roll of 100 meter and you just connect it point to point without any connections. There's no leakages, the installation takes less time. Okay, the life expectancy of the pipe inside the apartment is much longer. And all the other savings which I mentioned. Pumps, no repairs, no leakages, etc. So all these things together help us at the end of the day reduce costs while doing the right sustainable thing for the building and for the environment. Okay, so like I mentioned, these are some of the systems that we are trying to recommend. Okay, to reduce the cost, it's not only to put the pump, but you can pumps with variable speeds. So the pump speed changes according to the water consumption. So that reduces the electricity, doesn't run at 1 speed. By the way, there are also air conditions like that, ACs like that run at different speeds according to the usage and take or consume electricity according to the need, and not just blindly taking the maximum which is possible. Okay, so these are part of the things that we are showing, and how to do water metering, and it can be a smart water metering, which cities started using now, with Wi-Fi reading. Okay, you don't need to come to the meter and read it from the farm. Okay, all these things are the new age solutions. You can say fewer pressure points, again, reduce the cost of maintenance building. And at the end of the day, the sewage treatment plant, the STP, the end of the cycle. Okay, so if we take a case study, 3 buildings, 3 projects in Hyderabad, you can see in this project, reduce the number of these 3 towers of 50 story each. Okay, you can see that we reduce the number of shafts in the building from 14 shafts to 1. You can imagine how much money is there at the end of the day for the builder. Okay, how much less construction safety, how much more sellable they are. Okay, then the water supply, how many water supplies, how many pumps, what is the total cost, and at the end of the day, which was what interests us as a company and what is one of our main values, it's making us more clean. Okay, so yeah, the builder is making more money, it's okay, we are happy for him. At the end of the day, he's using a more clean solution. What is important for us. Okay, I'll go to the last point. You can say closing that loop. And that is the STP. So I get a little bit in the beginning. Basically, it's a smart system, smartphone monitoring, which comes with the SIM. By the way, all of it were developed in India, in our Indian team, Indian engineers. So it's integrated to a Wi-Fi or SIM solution. The whole control is digital, can be controlled from far away, monitored also by us, but also with the project owners, which they appointed somebody in charge to monitor it. Okay, the monitoring includes the quality of the water. Okay, so again, there are many things which we are digitizing to ease the use for all the consumers again, us, we are the consumers. Okay, so that's part of the thing. Of course, it has much more, the energy efficiency is much higher. The treated water can be reused in the building. I don't know how many of you have been in Singapore, for example, but in Singapore, the bottle of water that you're buying is recycled water. We're not aware of it. I think that we are buying bottled water, but actually when you are going to the shop in Singapore and you are buying a bottle of water, it's recycled water. So it is possible. Technology is there, it's only a psychological, you can say, block why we are not using it today. I believe that also in India that they will come because the scarcity of water is felt everywhere. In every big city, the scarcity of water is felt everywhere and other solutions will come. Eco-friendly solutions or green solutions are possible to make better use of these things. Okay, so if we look at the entire sustainability loop, okay, we are saying we are using durable materials, make new solutions, we are using solutions, technical engineering solutions like single stack. We are using centralized water supply. We use farms, we use electricity usage to enhance the control. Water metering, and at the end of the loop, we are using DSB. This is the entire sustainability loop in the building, which we are I will finish the video. So, go over here.
You may not see them, but they're always there. And how important are they? There's no glory without backstage. No music without sound man. No car without an engine. No tree without roots. Scene so important. We at Holyoke Group do everything to be unseen. We design, develop, get inspired, learn new ideas, always aiming to invent the next big thing. This, you'll never know where what is the pride of being unseen. Our pride is your peace of mind. We at Holyoke Group are doing everything possible when it comes to your home water sources. You can enjoy true peace of mind. For 75 years, we have been specialized in the production of advanced flow systems, water supply, drainage, wastewater, and infrastructure. We do everything we can so that you never know what we are there. In every home, all over the world. For your peace of mind.
Which I want you to take with you, not the commercialized part of the item. Point in how can we build right? Okay, how can we build the buildings once, right? That it's, staying alive is a building for many years to come. Okay, at the end of the day, we can do maybe some restoration, but the building will keep on living and we don't have to again and again break it down and make a new one. That's what I want you to do with you in my presentation. Thank you very much. Yeah, so for rainwater, for surface water, sorry, there are different solutions. Which are ready with us, by the way, also. But we are looking now on a municipal level. Actually, we are looking at both, it's the industrial level and municipal level. Industrial level is if you take all these commercial building, all these big parking lots that you have, that get flooded when we have heavy monsoons, the water are just going covered. It's not being collected. This is the first part of it, and the second part of it is the municipality. Okay, many water which are rushing and gushing in the streets while the monsoon is there, is not really being collected. Okay, at the end of the day, it's going to the city. Can be collected and there are solutions for it. We are already pitching for it, so it takes more time to pitch to bodies like PNC, let's say. Because takes change in consumption, takes change in the design, takes change in budgets. Okay, but the solutions are already available. Yes.
I'd like to share a story which is not shown on this PPT. The story of Mickey Kadem and how did Julian enter to India. 12 years ago, I met Mickey through CREDAI CHI because I was the agency for CREDAI. And Mickey met me in this small looking office in Khan with no staff. And I asked him, what do you plan to do? Because CREDAI said you need to meet him and see how you can help him build a brand. I call him the father of polypropylene pipes because 12 years ago he said PVC market is finishing the Indian ecosystem. We need to bring PP pipes. And I said, what's that? He said polypropylene pipes. Polypropylene pipes are 100% recyclable. It is 100% environment friendly. The world crosses using it. Julian Group is basically been for 75 years. They have 75% market share in Israel and it's hugely available across Europe. India is using the Red technology, which is known for innovation, design, and technology. This is made in India, in Vadodara, and we have distribution in the last 10 years. We've gone across 30 states. 22 states, we're going to do 30 this year. Now, what is Julian Pipes? Julian Pipes, why should you use it? As young architects, young interior designers who will be going out into the market, you need to use polypropylene pipes only because it's 100% leak proof. You spend lakhs of rupees on a kitchen or a bathroom or a house or an office, and then you have leaking pipes. PVC. You need to use it because it's healthy. Because what we have is PVC pipes have other iron pipes have corrosion. It has UV rays coming in, and you have various chemicals which go into our bodies. With Julian pipes, this does not happen because it's anti-UV. You have 3-layered pipes. It is eco-friendly, and the most important is none of those corrosive chemicals come into our bodies. If you look at PVC pipes, you have the microparticles coming to our body. That's what we drink, that's what we eat, and then we say we have cancer and we have different health problems. If you look back, if you use these pipes in our house, in our offices, we'll be actually having our campaign, which is there, happy homes, healthy homes. I have arguing with Mickey saying, yes, product is good, but it's too expensive. Now we've been B2B for the last 12 years. This year we're going B2C, direct to consumer. And what we're doing is, my argument with Mickey was, we need to be SCSC. Always we need to reduce the price. Only then people will use it. Today, if you look at all your guys want to use a Jaguar or a Kola in your house, it was positioned as luxury. It was positioned as best technology. Today, it is everybody's home. You need that, right? You have Eureka Foams has to be a water purifier. Think of it millions. Now, how do we get Julian into people's homes? So first, we need to reduce price. Second, we need is education. Third is awareness. That's why we're coming to people like young architects, young designers, because next 2 to 3, 5 years, when you will be working individually or in a company, we will be much bigger by that time. But you will remember the presentation why polygraph. Because today, I think none of you know what is polypropylene pipes, what the advantages are. Let me tell you two things. We're launching Night Sky. In fact, we just shot a campaign with five Miss India worlds, because we're launching a campaign called The World of Pipes. Now, what we're doing is we've taken beautiful women, because we're going retail. We want people to connect the plumber, the LED consultant. We do not want an actor coming and showing muscles and then showing how strong our pipe, because our pipe is much stronger than all the other pipes. We don't need an elephant stamping onto a pipe and saying we are strong. So what we're doing is we're creating a relative campaign. Now, our clear plan, which is the STP, why do we need to use this? Because it's MPR technology, it's odorless, and most important, it can recycle all the lakes, the gutters, the entire wastewater which we're all using. So you all of us here, I'm sure all you guys have come to Carter Road, right? Oh my. Have you seen there are 7 gutters which go into the sea? Right? Imagine if we had put one SCP of 10 KLD, all that gutter water would be recycled and used for the plants of Carter Road. Politicians don't want to do that, that's just one thing. But that's the entire thing. We have gone to Bandra Talao and said we can rejuvenate the entire water lake. We can basically we've actually gone to Dal Lake. But the government didn't want us. The government does not want this technology because of systems. Because we're cutting everybody's money now. The thing is, use bad as space. Basically gets again next year new contract, third year new contract. Technology we're saying, our sewage treatment plant is solar. So you don't need electricity. It can be used on your mobile phone. That is, any one of you can use it. There is no less sludge. The main thing is for 5 years, there's nothing to worry about. Now, large projects or government want to do that? No. But we are moving ahead. People are liking our product. We are coming in customized things. So young people, a lot of architects, interiors. What we have done is, Chetarji has been a part of, actually I'm the advertising agency. So that's why I talk so much. So I produce content for all the newsletters. So Chetarji has been a part of one of my sessions called EcoTech Summit. Every year, architects, interior designers, Creta Institute, IGBC, which is your green tribunal, sustainable eco heroes, come there and talk about various sustainable solutions. And everybody is been, this is the 3rd year, 4th year, in fact, I've been talking to Manjari ji, I said, we should do something together. We are coming out with a coffee table book on sustainability, which we're going to educate people about ecotech products like this. Second, we want young voices like you guys to come and try and understand what are these products about. So architects and interior designers don't know what we educating them. So you know what we have done as William? We designed the entire backend system for them, which is they don't understand our product, so we design the entire output for them and give it to them free of cost. Right, Minty? So this is the way we have started working with interior designers and architects. What we're also doing is an awareness campaign of B2B, where we're trying to go. So Mickey was at the ET Reality Conclave, and he was one of the keynote speakers. 15 people of the biggest builders, Hiranandani to Nahar to Advera, everybody spoke sustainability. And for sustainability, it's nice to talk, but how many people are actually using the product? So we actually showcase 1,000 developers across the country are actually using our product, but using it silently. Now it's time for us to go out and talk about the product, talk about the advantages, so that because of green building gets you better FSI, it gets you better rates for a builder, and the most important thing, it gets you awards. So if you want to be in that space, you all should be green. We have multiple things we are doing in the green space, and Julio is something which is going to be a very big brand in the next 1 to 2 years, and you'll see it. So I would call Mickey the father of polypropylene pipes, and he's built this brand of polypropylene because even your BIS certifications, which is very tough to get, he's on the committee. So he basically is become selfless of helping 10 competitors also start polypropylene pipes and get a license to produce it Because he's saying, I want to change the ecosystem. I don't want to be a monopoly painted here. So that's what we need is people like him who don't talk about it. But we need people like me who will actually come and showcase the brand and showcase how some people have a bigger vision and want to have multiple players to come in. Because if 10 big players today athletes come out with all our competitors are coming out with polypropic who started it and who started the revolution. And now what he's doing is every year he comes up with two new products. So I just take 60 seconds more. All of us have seen fires. That was one of the presentations when she talked about architect of the PMCO. With fire you die, not of fire, you die of smoke inhalation. And research shows, in fact, I was with the fire brigade, very senior people, and they said, you know what, we also die as fire fighters, we also die. So they said they endorsed our pipe because every year at ASTEC, the last 2 years, the best toy design, the best concept is one pipe. So anyone who come to ASTEC every year, Bombay or Delhi, you'll find us winning the award. Now what we realized is the red fire pipe is the number one firefighting pipe system made for India, which is basically the best technology in fire. Green PPR is the number one pipe for HVAC systems because you are high temperature cooling and heat. Ultrasilent is the world's number one acoustic. And then you have HT Pro, which is the crown jewel of all our pipes. So these kind of pipes, the names you need to remember because at some point in time in your career when you join, you will be using one of these pipes and then you'll remember Mickey and Rosh's briefed us about their pipe. Clear black is now going to be right from 3 KLD, which is one flat, to an entire building. My last slide is some of the most iconic buildings which you see in Tazga with the Twin Towers. You must have seen it. State of the art, 1 lakh rupees square feet. The entire building had PVC pipes. The entire building is leaking. So the entire building is refitted with Houliot pipes. So builders, architects, developers have realized the need of sustainable products and Houliot quality products, and slowly, quietly, they're using our products. But we are, like what he said and the video said, we are behind the scenes. So you guys have never heard of us. People don't hear about us. So now we're slowly being more aggressive and coming out into the market because awareness and education is the only two things which can take us to the next level. So thank you so much for being here and yeah. Yeah, so the thinking diplomatic students. So thank you so much, Chetanji. Thank you, Manjari.
I think after a very long time, I had a long, 1 hour session on Kambing. It was like a revival from my old calling days. And it's interesting to know, I mean, it was a very effective lesson, let me tell you, because I do know that they've just started learning from the second year and the third year and not so much oriented to the business. So they are supposed to get better at that eventually. But I'm sure the senior members here are totally in sync with what you have said. And that a building which is to be constructed or the space that we make, it's not for a span of 10 to 12 years, it's talking 50 years. So it's not just the build structure, but also the works that in it that need to be sustaining that long. And I believe with the conviction with which Mr. Roshan has already propagated the idea of pillar finds that it will do exceptionally well with the retail market as well. So much. And just one more thing before, yes. What from you? I think that was a quick run over with Mr. Roshan. Thank you. I think students also got the understanding of why should be using. Technologically, you did a very good job, sir. It was interesting talk. Uh, to tell you, gender cancer, everybody was thinking plumbing, how does it connect to us at this juncture, but it went very well. So, actually, we are breaking for lunch another 5 minutes, but prior to that, I would like to do some honors and especially to one special person who's come down here today. That is our own Dr. Radha Sinha. And for this, I would like to invite Dr. Hemani Malhotra, the controller of examination and co-convener of this event, to felicitate her with the token. To give you a brief about Dr. Radha Sinha, she is, uh, I would say she is a historian by herself. I mean, with all the information and knowledge that she has about architecture and history of architecture, we couldn't find a best teacher on her. I have learned from her, ma'am. I take the torch from you and try to do some justice to this particular course. I hope to, get better at that. But I genuinely am thankful to be able to attend your classes as a shadow teacher and to be able to learn. So today I can deliver at least maybe 20% of what you have, and I'm really grateful for that. It's not only that, but she's been here on the campus as a principal of the PV Polytechnic. She's retired, uh, I think, from 10 years, more than that. And a very sweet and humble person, very helpful, and exceptionally, curious about things such as this. I will not mention her age, but you can figure out whether still very energetic and wants to learn more things. She's done her courses in archaeology, learning about the old board games and the Rotarian and whatnot, ma'am. I have much to say, I think. And we are very happy to hear, to see you here today. So all the children. And Vikas Dilavari, sir, it was very happy to know that you are happy to say your time. So that makes it more interesting. Please, we would like to just felicitate your speaker and our Government appreciation for all the contributions you have done. Ma'am is a PhD. She's an architect with a PhD degree. So she did her architecture, she practiced, she taught, and she completed her PhD with history, which is a subject of her.
Thank you very much, Tina, for this presentation. It's very great pleasure for me to come here and meet all of you once again and meet my old friend Vikas and Manjari ma'am and all of you here. And nowadays I don't remember too many names, but I remember all of you very fondly. Now I've gone so far away with the COVID in between. I had a very bad time with COVID. I retired in 2006, and from 2006, after some time, I did my archaeology course just because I was getting bored and there was nothing to do. Just at least some small places as visiting faculty, that was all. I had a stint in Assam where I was principal of a college, but that was not a very good experience. So I came back in 3 years time. And there I met Vikas, so also Vikas and Titkar also had come to that college. It was good, but basically it is I want to continue this relationship between us because I love teaching and I keep helping everybody whenever there is any need from my side. But it's lovely to be here again. It's lovely to just to meet all of you again. And now I'm trying to publish my work, my PhD, and that's taking me a lot of time because when I did it, I submitted my PhD in for my PhD thesis in 2006, 2012. And since that time, I'm trying to publish it, but then not being able to find time to rewrite some of the portions and all that. So that's a very nice experience I've had. Please call me whenever you need any talk about architecture or interior design. I love to be here among students. I'm so used to being with students. So I just like to be here. I keep telling you that just call me anytime for anything. I'll come. Even though it's so far now, it's difficult for me to travel too much. I'm 78 years old. So, but anyway, I don't know. I will post my own student class. I remember all my students. Whenever I meet them, I'm so it was very. By the way, my third the Israelis here. I like the talk that you gave. I think it's very useful, and I would like to tell you something about Israel, which I remember very much when I was in the fifth standard. When I was in the fifth standard in school, in Gujarat, one girl was there. Her name was Milka Moses. And she was my best friend, and we used to play around together. One day she came and told me, no, I'm going away tomorrow. Where are you going? Oh, we are going to Israel. I'm getting, we are all, the whole family is moving to Israel. So at that time, Israel was born, and all of my friends, two, three friends I had, were Jewish, and they all went to Israel. That was when I first heard about Israel at the first hand. The second thing was when I went to college in Baroda. I was studying in Baroda architecture, and there I met a girl. She was not. Uh, she was a Sinhalese, but she specialized in singing songs from all over the world. So she taught us one song, which was a nice chorus song, and I asked her, "What song is this?" So she says, "It's an Israeli song." So sing that song. It it goes like this. I don't know if was all of you will be knowing, but it is for the Israelis. Hawa na 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 na, Hawa na 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 na, Hawa na 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 na, hey, you. Yahu, Urvahi Malisame, Urvahi Malisame, Urvahi Lisame, Ya Hawa, Narina Hawa, Nagira Hawa. I don't mean that, what it means freedom, freedom, freedom. Yeah, it means freedom, freedom, just saying freedom and being happy that they're back in their own land again. It's so great. One more thing about Israelis. Israel means that Gaza Strip, and the Gaza Strip was always fighting, fighting, fighting. So they had no sorts of fresh vegetables. I did a thesis, I did a talk on urban farming, and I learned that they built every multi-story building, they built a fish tank below. Okay, and there were a lot of fishes in the fish tank, and the fishes fertilize that water with their waste product, and then you take the water from the fish tank below, take it to the terrace, and from the terrace, you give a strip of pipe for every floor and come down like that, and the water comes back to the fish tank. So, and what they do with these pipes going on every floor continuously, they make holes in it, and then they shall plant greens, palak, or chawli bhaji, whatever little green you can plant on it, to plant it, and it grows. So they were the pioneers of urban farming. I told you I did a lot of work on urban farming. So this was the first lesson we learned about urban farming, because they had no market, they were always fighting, they had no markets to go and buy fresh food from. So even that arrangement was made by them for the Gaza people to grow the fresh. So they were the pioneers of urban farming, and also their own method of lifestyle, the community, the communal, kibbutz, something they call it kibbutz, coming together and sharing, all the work. That is such a very nice way of living. So they are giving so many lessons to the world. Being, such intelligent people all together coming in one place. I really admire them. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you very much.
So for our esteemed speakers from Israel, I think that was a wonderful closing note from Dr. Radha Sinha. And thank you, ma'am, for sharing your experience. I'm sure our guests are very happy to hear. Today, this has been a very interesting session since morning, and I think we are having one more session in the afternoon. Prior to that, I would like to announce the lunch break now. So, yes, wait, yes, yay. I know, it's beyond our time. Never mind. So, all the students who have received the coupons, please make a proper queue. And there is a lunch stall put outside. You can collect your food from there. To our esteemed guests, we request to come to the principal's office and join us for lunch. Please wait. So everyone, we can go to your office. We are giving you exactly 45 minutes to 40, rather half an hour, not 40, 30 minutes to finish your lunch and be back in your seat. Is that clear? So 2:30, we expect you to be back in your seat. Thank you.